The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Previously on Stone to Space.
For the start of Chapter 3, we went to Kerbal Space Program to learn how to make rockets so that we could explore the stars for a new home. We began playing on career mode while not knowing anything about what we were doing. After doing some research off-stream, we then moved to the science mode with newfound knowledge. We went to both moons, created communication networks, planes, science missions, a space station, and then ended the game by traveling all the way to Duna in the Antari ship.
After arriving at Duna, our ship the Antares fell apart, causing us to land on Duna and mine its resources so that we could fix the Antari ship. We unlocked various buildings, and also different types of science. After fixing everything but scanners on the ship, we then left the planet behind us as we continued to travel in space. Partially during our space flight, we landed on an asteroid. Over the course of a few hundred cycles, we had mined out the asteroid, converting its resources into various things that we needed in order to keep 24 dupes alive. We made a lot of automated machines to take, cool, or convert items into other items. We then turned on a machine that would allow us to take a dive into the dreams of one of our dupes. After our first dupe dream in Vintage Story, we came back to Oxygen Not Included. We then used our rockets to go to different asteroids. We went to a water-filled asteroid, a lava-filled asteroid, and we also went to a frozen asteroid to get our final crop. After going back and forth multiple times from the water and lava asteroids, we made our last and final endgame materials. While doing this, we also finished upgrading our main base, and also found both the Temporal Tear Opener and the Temporal Tear. After our second dupe dream in Timberborn, we came back to Oxygen Not Included again. We spent a while trying to get enough radiation to use the Temporal Tear Opener the wrong way, before ending up using Weaselworts. We spent time digging out more of the second asteroid, before finally using the Temporal Tear Opener and sending our first rocket of 4 dupes through the Temporal Tear. After our first rocket of 4 dupes went through the Temporal Tear, they ended up in an unexpected place. They found themselves on a frozen asteroid with new plants, crops, and 3 new critters. We spent time building a self-sustaining base and found out that if ranched correctly, each of the 3 critters fed into the next either by creating food for the next critter or food for the next critter's food source. We then radioed to our original colony to tell them where we ended up so that they could change the destination of the next rocket. Up next, we went back to our original colony to prepare and send a second rocket through the Temporal Tear. Once the next dupes came out of the Temporal Tear, they found themselves on a flooded asteroid. Through many cycles, they made a self-sustaining base and ranched the new crops and some of the new critters that they found. They then radioed back to the original colony to tell them where we ended up so that they could change the destination of the next rocket. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Oxygen Not Included. So like I said, this is our colony from the previous stream where we started with Bionic dupes. We at first started a colony with just 3 Bionic dupes. Thought we soft locked ourselves, so we restarted with 2 Bionic dupes and 1 normal dupe. So we then got another 2 Bionic dupes from the pod. We're now up to 5 people, one of which, like I said, is a regular Bionic dupe. We also have a lot of hydrogen gas up here from our electrolyzers, so we can have bare bones oxygen. And we are going to be taming this Salt Water Geyser and this hydrogen vent this stream. Now, this does come out at 500 degrees, so that is something for me to worry about. I'm going to have to probably come in here later on to fix stuff. So I think what we might do for this is a different type of taming. I'm trying to think of how I want to do this, because I don't think we have a way that I can do that easily. Because I don't think gunk can get overheated very high. Oh, we can. We could use this as a high temperature liquid lock. Okay. Now we are going to be vacuuming out the majority of the hydrogen, so it shouldn't really overheat much. But I still want to put a liquid lock on the outside so we can change the the gas pump into steel later on. And then we'll reacquire the gunk. So I have to try and figure out how I want to get into there. That's not going to affect our base very well, or very much. We could also just start with the water geyser, because we are going to eventually have to bring this pump down here and mix with those two liquids. We also have this. I don't know if I looked at that. Apparently I did. That's something I like. And I think another thing we were thinking about was moving this ladder over either 3 or 6 tiles so that it's in between this neutronium and this one. We do have some space with our ranch here, because we were thinking about doing something funny just for jokes on having a full ranch of sage hatches being fed by 8 ranches of pips, which is going to be an insane amount of pips for me to ranch. It's not going to happen overnight. We don't have to worry right now about our one regular dupe because we only have one. All of this food is for that dupe. So right now we have enough food for 117.8 cycles, because a dupe requires 1,000 kcals per cycle. So without further ado, let's get going. Now they are queued up to move stuff, and I think I might want to raise that so that the pips can pick up the seeds. I don't think the pips are going to pick up the seeds if we have them queued up to be moved. And I thought that they weren't picking up the seed for this tile because it was behind the ladder, so I moved it anyway. I don't think that's really how the mechanics of pips work, but just in case they did work that way, I told them to get picked up. Okay, that's a bunch of gunk. I kinda want to put gunk all in one area. Like, we have water in here. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cancel them picking up all that. We need to figure out just how much space do I have right here. We have 7 tiles there. And I'm currently using... Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. Currently using 4 tiles here. So I want to move this over 4 tiles, which then leaves us with, you guessed it, 3 tiles over here. Not those 3 tiles, though. These 3 tiles. I'm trying to make the floor of this side of the ladder end right here, which ironically is the beginning of this tile. So let's start going in here. The easiest way to start doing this is to put a door there. Actually, the pips don't get over there, so we can actually just deconstruct the wall. Might as well do all of it. And if we want to go over 4 tiles, this is probably something I don't need to do right now. Actually, we don't go over 4 tiles, we go 3. And I have to go like this. Stella is a cook. Now why are they not doing the ranch right there? I don't think we need to dig these out or anything up above. I will do the stuff up above just in case though. I very highly doubt they're close enough for them to get affected. And we might as well break these too. Again, just in case. We're not ranching these yet because we need 3 trees placed down. There we go, there's another tree. So maybe it was a plant was too close or something. Now this does mean we're gonna have to replace the natural tiles somewhere else. We're also going to need to push this gunk over 4 tiles. Like that. Put that right there. And this is all stuff we really don't need to be doing right now. So I think we are going to hold off on doing that portion. I'll let them finish that 1 tile because that's all they can reach. And we are having a very large struggle of hydrogen. Until they go to take hydrogen or oxygen from the base, we should have a lot. But for some reason, we're not really staying filled. Like, that's only 700 grams. Maybe I need to make a miner spawn. Not sure. Let's figure out what we need over here. This will also allow us to get into a little bit more oxalate. We will end up releasing a bunch of pips, which will actually just wrangle while we can. Body temperature. It's too hot over here? Or was it too cold? I think it might have been too cold. Huh. That's surprising to me. I also think this is the first time I've looked at the temperature overlay of this space. So of course up here is going to be very hot. This is going to be heating up the base. Now I want our rancher to come get these 2 pips while we figure out how we're going to tame this. Which I think... Oh, I also want insulated tiles. That would be, I think, gases. Yep, right there. We have to get insulated tiles researched, and then I should be ready. I think for right now I can go like this at least. Now we want to go out to there. I don't think it will overflow this tile. I think it puts liquid here, but then it's stifled. So we're going to do this slowly. I also need to remember how hot this water can be. Okay, it's almost time to bring that down here. If I do that, we will cut this off. We should probably also look at schedule. Okay, all the Bionic dupes do get their own schedule automatically. I thought I was going to have to set this up. So as you see here, Bionic dupes get six slots of bedtime. That's when they will defragment. That is every 3 cycles. So every time that we can get a dupe is when they will defragment. Now that I have insulated tiles, I'm actually going to cancel all of this. I wasn't expecting to get insulated tiles that quickly. So we'll do that. Surprisingly, they're doing all of these first. Okay, Sanyar is doing the last thing, which is the pump itself. It shouldn't be powered, because I disconnected the wire. Once this is done, we'll power that down there, but hopefully we'll have this ready by then. We're gonna need a way to get above this. You know, let's do the ladder over here, so that we can keep that oxalate for, the oxalate for a little bit. Another thing we might need to research is conductive wires. We probably should have them right away. So let's go up to power. Or is it down? Oh, it's definitely up. And I think it's weird that we get heavy wires before conductive. We need to get in conductive wires. We also have some skills, it seems, so let's look at the skills. Dotterly has enough room for 2 here. We don't really need immunity to popped eardrums yet. The soldering station gives us a +2 in athletics. This gives us a +2 in booster slots, but overall we need an extra morale for that. This will allow us to have another booster slot. We don't really need another one, but I think we'll just take the athletics upgrade to there. So let's put everyone into athletics. We do have Willow, who for right now I'm just going to leave how they are. We'll focus on just the Bionics right now. I do want to get up to power banking because it gives us an extra 2 power bank slots so that each dupe can hold 6 power banks at once. Did I just get another skill point? No. It's going to keep doing that as each bionic dupe goes and gets upgraded. You know what, let's look inside it. Hopefully there's not a bionic dupe. There is. We'll take the excellent fruit. Now, we're probably going to need to keep making the regular non-rechargeable power banks, just because I don't think we have enough power to be able to supply more than one building. I also think it'd be better for us to go like this and put microchips in this bin. Alright, they're still doing this a little bit. I do have this as auto harvest, so they should be coming in here and getting all these. They just can't get to it yet. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, we have our heavy conductive wires. And the hydrogen generator. I was going to need that regardless of what we were doing. And I'm going to queue up 10 metal power banks. Microchip. I want a 6, please, so that it's above doing anything else. I had a feeling we were going to get a critical power level. Can I only pick up 1 microchip at a time? Was that what I just saw? I don't know if it's a weight issue or not. Oh, that was Willow picking them up. Okay, that might be different. And now with us having this opened, there's a different place for them to grab oxygen from. So this is their 4-cycle bar that they're trying to fill up. And I think they just keep going to different places until they get the amount of oxygen they need. We can also fill their oxygen tanks with air canisters. So if we get a bottle filler, is it bottle filler? I know a bottle filler is the liquids, but I don't know if the gas canister filler? This thing. Okay, so it is a canister filler. If we get that and then we pipe oxygen into it, they'll come and grab the bottle of gas and then they'll just like drink it, even though it's a gas. They'll breathe it in. It kind of looks like they're putting a fire extinguisher to their mouth. We should also make an outhouse room for the bionic dupes and then prevent them from coming into this one, make it only for Willow. Where are... Okay, so most of them are up there. This way they don't use Willow's room. I could very quickly set that up right here. If I go like this. I would give them a bare bones bathroom for the moment. Now, I'm trying to get off of these because I use so much metal. We might end up running out. And of course, they're using the power banks for the people that aren't incapacitated. Where is the incapacitated Dupe anyway? They're not up top, so that means they must be near the bottom somewhere. There they are. They were right next to the power bank machine. Alright. They're getting a power bank. I don't know if it's Wubby giving it to them or Wubby receiving a power bank, but somebody's getting one. It was Wubby that needed one. Okay, another thing I want to do is put eco power banks in here. Just the empty ones to try and keep the floor clean. This will also tell me how many of the regular power banks that we have, so I can keep track of what we need. The fact that Willow is on this makes me very happy. I wonder if I can assign this to being only Willow. I don't think I can. Okay, we're very close to having the conductive wires. We are going to need a little bit of power for, or not power, a little bit of metal. We have to use aluminum for that. Okay, one thing I can do is look for something that's not aluminum. We do have a cobalt volcano, that's what this is. So I could come in here, grab this cobalt, and make things out of cobalt. I think I will do that. We are going to end up digging into chlorine gas, which isn't too bad. You know what? Let's not dig the oxyfern. And we'll start with just that layer. So Willow is not going to be allowed in here. And the Bionic Dupes are not going to be allowed up here. Probably also lock that. Because Willow's going to do the same thing I knew she was going to do. And now Willow can't get out. I'm going to start telling Bionic Dupes they're not allowed in here. You know, just in case they get stuck, I'll do that. And then these have to be on a 7. You know what? We'll put them on a 9. So the Bionic Dupes come in there and clean it out immediately. And then that'll keep the gunk from being up here, which means that Willow will have the toilet longer. Did they do down here at all? They are still down. Awesome. Alright, we can now turn... Oh. I was gonna say we can now turn cobalt into refined cobalt, but we didn't finish digging it. There we go. I'm gonna say forever for right now. Now, why does Sanyar have the digging booster? And also, should we turn Wubby back into being a cook? We're making cobalt. Let's look through this. We want to keep track of both cobalts. We can get bloaters and kill them for fish food. I want to do that. Oh, not the shine bug. But those fish are going to go down here. So we have a tiny bit of fish food now. We also have this. We're going to make it out of cobalt, not aluminum. The power is top left, so we want that. You know what? Now that we have enough, I think I might just change this to 1. Alright. Welcome in, Redneck. Congratulations on getting Mega first. Take that, Gino. How was Schedule 1? I actually stopped in for a little bit. I was lurking. I didn't get to see the whole stream though. Do I not get to see the geyser in the second tile? I thought I could. What did I miss in here? Oh, those. Okay. I don't think he needed to dig that, but okay. Oh, they're on auto harvest, so they're taking the wood. Now I get it. Trying the option to say yes to the cartel girl stuff for them. I give you one more stream before you start doing the other. Alright, let's go like this. Maybe then we'll actually be able to see how hot the salt water comes out of it. Because if I can, I want to try and make the pump be made out of gold if I need it. Oh, we do have iron. Wait, iron doesn't have a increase to heat, does it? I don't think it does. I think that's just gold. Does it say it in the handbook? I know gold is plus 50. I don't know if iron is. Oh, it's at the bottom. Yeah, it does not. Dang. Sounds about right. I'm curious to see if they will ask for mixes or whatever, or only basic products. Hopefully they only ask for basic products. Just so that you don't have to go and do anything complicated. Do I have the biomes for gold? I need a slime biome, I think. Rust jungle. I don't know if jungle has gold amalgam in it. Apparently we have a tundra biome. Oh, looks like we don't have gold in this. Marsh is the one you want. Yeah. We do not have gold. So what is early game? What's early game heat? Metals. I think it's, doesn't the metal temperature thing go from gold, steel, and then niobium related thing like thermium? Like you only have 3 options? I don't think cobalt has anything to do with temperature regulation. I think it would be like right here. Yeah, I really don't want to get into steel right now. Although we have iron, we can turn into steel. Redneck is confirming that the temperature power-ups or upgrades does go from golds to steel to niobium and then thermium. What about wolframite? That's not useful, wolf. Does wolframite do anything? The wolframite does nothing. Okay. I don't remember how hot salt water comes at it. And I don't think I can look at it until I uncover a little bit. Wolframite is resistant to melting, but not resistant to heat. Salt water comes out at 95 degrees. Okay. How many tiles high does a geyser produce liquid for before it becomes stifled? That's the next question. Because I could make a way for the geyser to get stifled when we are fixing the pump. We're going to keep using these. Using up a bunch of the aluminum. We are out of water down there, so let's come over here and do that. There's oxalate right there, okay. So I'm deconstruct this. It's supposed to be 2, but some strange times with only 2 high, it overflowed. 3 deep does the trick. Okay, so where I have this tile would be the max height of the liquid as it will accidentally overflow or something. I don't know who's decapacitated, but somebody is. It's Wubby again! Wubby is just not getting any power. We're only going to be making these metal power banks until we have the hydrogen geyser set up. We could use this for some extra power. I'm kind of holding off on that for a little while. I'm also concerned on the fact that our hydrogen level... Do I start vacuuming this out? I think I should, right? We did get the generator. I might not. There we go. I'll put it right there for right now. That generator should be the same as 2 dupes on here, which will keep these running non-stop. If I put a second charger, we'll still need dupes running, but we will at least consistently drain this geyser, or this generator. So I think we're going to do that. I do want to put the pump as high as I can in here. So let's go right there. We'll put one right there, and of course one up here. I should be able to reach everything for that. And we'll need at least one ladder there. I do realize I'm not taking into account the power draw for the pump, but we should be fine. We'll do that. 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 And then this has to go straight down. I'm gonna have the pipes be the same as the power line. It does mean I'm going past the pump to go back into it, but it shouldn't matter. One thing I do need to do is put a filter. So I think we'll go from over here. And I guess if it's not hydrogen, we'll just go down here and let it get off cast. That's not what I meant to do. So that's how, I don't know if we have the filter. We do have the filter, okay. Which of course is gonna need some power. And then that means that we need tiles there. Unrefrigerated food. Oh, because this is a ration box and not a refrigerator. We could probably easily put that in a refrigerator. We don't have a kitchen area, but we can at least put food in a refrigerator. If we put it down here, that would be a nice way to get some carbon dioxide. For a sterile environment. Willis should be able to do this stuff down here. The cooking ingredients need to be refrigerated. I think mash bean would. I don't know what mimolette, if that needs to be refrigerated, if it spoils, I mean. So we'll do just those for right now. This can be deconstructed. And I'm gonna wait to do this until we are at the beginning of the schedule. Mimolets do spoil. Okay, they probably already spoiled them. We had a few. We'll add them there. So the only thing we're not going to store is pinch of pepper nuts, because they're a seed. Now, they are getting a debuff because they're in hydrogen, but they can at least work in it, unlike a regular dupe. Like, they can go further. And if we can just get this section done, we'll be able to start using this hydrogen. that's going to fill up to down here and then stop. Now we do have 3 pumps on this one line. So at some point I might have to disconnect them. Or I could put a gas sensor. I could probably add one to each one of these, making sure that it's about like 4 tiles worth of gas in each one. I would need an atmosphere sensor, right? Which I think I'd have to research. Down here. It's only one research thing, I can do that. We also need Atmo wires, and I'm just venting out the stuff. Hydrogen, please. Free power! And then... Is this an industrial? It is. I don't think the laboratory wants industrial machines. No industrial machines. Let's do that. We're gonna open this up. And add another one of these. This is going to get us very close to overloading everything. It should overload the wire that's right here at the bridge before overloading anything else. Okay, we're getting close to the schedule here. So at the start of cycle 46, we're gonna get a new dupe. Or at least open this up so that the 3 cycle thing is on the same timer. What I don't like is that their bars are not at the same. How much heat is that producing? Not too much noticeable heat difference right now. Now we probably are going to get major amounts of broken wires. We're going to need that. I don't think we want it right there, actually. Cancel that. Put it over here and tell them to dig all of that. Yeah, that's the damage I'm thinking of. That allows us to finish our research. We're almost done anyway. Wait, did I want... No, I wanted element sensor. I wanted this one, not that. Oh well, we'll finish that, we'll go into this, and then we'll get the automation wires. Oh, this is the gas element sensor down here. What is this? Oh, that's for the gas pipe. Alright. We'll have an Atmos sensor at least. That'll be useful for something else later on, I know. The fruit of the pincha also spoil? I just looked at that message. So we should just have everything in here. Okay. I also forgot to open this. There's only ice. Let's get the ice thrown down there. And let's start working on those. That is saying max gas pressure. Oh, it is a little bit maxed out here. Okay. We might want the Bionic skills to go into improved hardware next. So that the hydrogen doesn't bother us anymore. That'll be our last morale that we have available to give. Actually, some have 6. Sorry. Dodderly has 6 skill or morale. We might be able to provide 2 more hydrogen guys or generators. This doesn't seem to be using a lot. Okay, let's put in some automation. We'll go down to here. So that's 5 tiles away. That was me and a balloon. I'm okay with that. Do I bite the bullet and just make steel now? I'm thinking about it, honestly. We don't have the metal refinery yet. We want gas element sensor. 2, 3. Next research, go up to solid. We're also going to need to do the desalinator. But first is this. That also gives us... Oh, that's plywood press, never mind. Alright, they're putting in the second generator, but they also need to connect it with pipes. Hello, boy. What are you doing? A while back, my shoelaces got torn up by me meeting some puppies. I recently re-shoelaced my shoes, or relaced my shoes, and gave the old ones to my almost 1-year-old cat now. And they are going crazy and love that as a toy. Critical power level again. Let's order another 10 of these. We do have 2 things being charged at once, so we should be catching up a little bit on them. We now have temp plates, ladder bed, plywood press, and fire poles. Now it's time to defragment. Somebody didn't defragment for a very long time. Now they're going back to finishing it. Okay. Why did you think that this is the best place to eat? It says chilly environment, but it's only 25 degrees. Can somebody do this one pipe, please? It's bothering me that that one pipe's still not made. Alright, now if we can get this metal refinery done. A digging booster from a pod? We'll take the copper. And I think I should open that up to allow the gas to move around a little bit easier. In the left corner, at least. Should probably do the same... those two spaces. We also get a little bit more aluminum from it. Put in Empty Willow's outhouse. Willow should have been able to empty her own outhouse. Okay, the hydrogen is starting to go down because we're no longer at bed height anymore. Willow's taking care of her own toilet. We now have the metal refinery, so we're going to put that right there. Hook it up like this, and then what we're going to do is in and out like that. We actually want to bridge this on. Wait. No, I had it right the first time. I want this to go in, but we want to bridge onto that line. So we want to go like this. Yeah, this is going to be backed up for majority of the time. Okay, we need to make iron, which means that I need to come down here and get the iron. There's iron right here. We're also going to need a lime. And... I don't know where it is because I never paid attention. Oh, we already got it. We need the kiln. Get a little bit of refined carbon. We also have a second pump working now. Okay, that's iron. How much iron does steel take? To make 100, we need... so we need 70%. If we want to make a ton of iron, we need 700... a ton of steel, we need 700 iron. So we'll set this to be 7. This needs to be refined carbon. What was the conversion for that? 20%. So we just need this to be queued up for 2. Do I want to refine carbon by burning coal? Nope. So we'll do that. And this should be working correctly. When the water comes out of here, that's prioritized over the pump working. Somehow there's a pip out here. Outpipe full. How fast is it going down? One gram per second. Maybe 2 grams per second. Oh wait, no, that's kilograms. We might need to drop this. Rather than doing this pipe system. Let me figure out how to rearrange this. I'm gonna deconstruct this, for sure. We do have refined carbon and some iron, so I will queue up 10 steel. We'll put the steel in here, we'll put the steel in over here, and then we don't actually have to worry about them. We do have Dreckos, we can start ranching Dreckos as well. That'll be our source of plastic. We are starting to get more oxygen than hydrogen now. So over here, we want to fill the refinery first. No, let's do it this way, then that, and disconnect here. That should get emptied as well. So then... let's just make a little loop like that. You know, let's just go straight up. That's going to make a loop, so we want to disconnect there. And then this, we're going to put that. I was trying to avoid heating up the pool while doing this, but it's okay. I don't think we need to worry about anything that's new there. When we get steel, we'll keep steel open up here. I also don't know if we have enough lime to do all the steel or not. Although it's only 10%. We do have steel, so let's put that up here. You know what, let's put the whole thing. Steel, lime, we have 90. I don't know if we have enough lime or not. It says we have 0, but I think it's all in here. No, it's not. We can't make all of the steel because we don't have the lime for it. Take the snazzy suit and put Willow in the snazzy suit. Willow already has a snazzy suit. Let's put Wubby in the snazzy suit. Let's also check skills. What were we gonna do next? Oh, improved hardware. It looks like everyone else just got an extra morale point. Except for Dodderly. I'm pretty sure a pump is 200. Oh, it's 400. How do I get a large amount of lime? This we knew. We could try and find fossil. We're not going to get anything from the water planet. I don't think we have fossil. We would need an oil biome, right? We don't have an oil biome. We also don't have meteors. I just saw that. Alright, we're gonna have to go back to my original idea of just putting any random pump in here and making sure we can change it out later on. I'm going to place that, not get out of it. And then I'm probably going to want insulated pipes. I will most likely want a way to get in here. So let's cancel that and put a tile right there for the time being. We're going to put tiles across there, and I kind of need both of these done before we dig into that. We could tell this to make a bunch of cobalt to try and change out the wires. We currently have 3,000 kilograms, so let's do 30 orders. That should be the exact amount. And we are going to take a quick, maybe not so quick restroom break. I'm going to actually pause the game, because I don't think they have enough things to do while we're waiting. So let's wait for the autosave, and we'll take a quick restroom break. And we're back. Let's continue. While we wait for the steel to be done, that should get done slowly as we do the lime and the eggs. Lime from the eggs, I mean. We'll finish doing this and attempt to get the hydrogen generator going, but I think this is going to be the thing that we break the most because it's 500 degrees. Right now it should stifle itself, or it should stay stifled, I mean. We do have to worry about when it's going to become dormant. We also are at the point where all the hydrogen's gone. We vacuumed that up very quickly. Let's get the insulated pipes in. That should be the last thing that we needed for this. Now, I was thinking about putting it immediately into an infinite liquid storage right next door, and then pumping it back out again, just so we can have this continuously. I think I might do that still. But I think this is where I want the pipe to be, because if I put a door here and a door here, next door would be up here. No, it would be over here. So the drop-off would actually be here, I think. Wait 1 second. Let me do this for real. Oh, drop-off is actually on that ladder. But that's not what I meant to do. Issue is trying to get in here to fix it is going to be a problem. We can, on the other hand, combine them power-wise together. So that would be the entire thing, which means that we want this ladder to actually be over here. We do have the tiles built, so we can come in here and dig that out completely. What can you research? That would be this one. Geotuner, geographical analysis, I think, is what we need for this, so we should still have somebody that can do that. We now don't have power anymore because of the hydrogen not being high enough. Overall, we should be okay. We just need somebody to run on it. Oh, we are still doing that. Let me just stop that. That takes too much power. I could have this pipe into here. I think getting this started is more important, though. Power level again. We're getting better, but we're not doing very well. There's a Magikarp in chat if anyone's a Gen 1 fish. And apparently I caught a Luxray earlier. Nice. It's one of my favorite Pokemon from Diamond and Pearl. Now, what is our digger doing instead of digging? I guess they were just getting more power. Why did I look like they... Why did I have radiation? I don't think the shine bugs would do that much, right? Maybe from being down here? Shine bugs don't give you radiation like that, right? We're not using the power banks that give you radiation. We should probably do another research. We could do the desalinator and then do the apothecary afterwards. For right now, I'm probably going to turn this off after we do the next battery. Because that's probably costing us a lot of power. I think it has 2 more bars before it finishes. Okay, I think that finished one. Oh, it's right there. Well, it's not the digger. Can I get the digger to focus on digging? Who's our digger? Wubby. Can you focus on digging, please? Who's in here? Digging booster, wood, or 2 regular dupes. We'll take the wood. We don't need more than 1 digger right now. If we can, I'd like to do a full economy of boops. But I don't know if we're gonna get that far. Get that too. Or not, okay. We're already running low of water down here, so we might as well dig into this basin. We have a research that only 1 person can do. Let's switch to this so we can get the apothecary while they're researching the geyser. Already receiving heat damage. Magikarp is my favorite just because of the theory that the amount of mass generated by evolution creates some sort of black hole. Sometimes I do that with non-insulated tiles to the surrounding projects. But the surrounding protects the pump. I don't know, because this like immediately overheated the pump. I don't know if it'll work for this case for us. That is a smart idea. Alright, we have an apothecary. We're gonna place it right there. That's gonna be for getting lime. Like it would serve as a heat sink. I do get that. I do get the idea. Can someone get Sanyar? Oh, I can't move a dupe like that? I think we're gonna lose Sanyar. Sanyar is our researcher, right? Yep. Alright, I don't think I want to deal with a death this early in. We're only halfway through the cycle, so I'm going to reload it. And then now that I know, we're going to need one. Try and think of what we should do. I know I can get lime from cracking the eggs, but I think we can only get maybe 2 eggs worth of lime. We have Sweetles out here. I don't think they would have made enough to actually do anything with. That doesn't need power. Let's go back to researching the desalinator. I am surprised that Bionic Dupe needs to be healed. I don't think I've ever had this problem before because I've always had gold. We could try going down to the teleporter and seeing what the other asteroid has. Teleporter's not that far off to get to. That gets us already there. They're walking very, very slow. I guess severe wounds, yeah, athletics -9 plus 4 or 5, so we have a -14 in athletics. This we're gonna have making the gear bomb. I have a little bit of salt. We can grind that for a little bit of sand and table salt. Tallow gear bomb, that's cool. Now this is going to give us polluted water. So we'll have to convert back into regular water. We'll be able to do that in the future. Let's look at destination. So it's an oil asteroid. Sandstone, ocean, space, oil, rust. Magma. None of that gives us gold. We really are limited by, sheet. I don't know how to fix this. Who is suffocating? Oh, Sonya. Well, this is different. Because they got a battery as they suffocated, they didn't get the animation anymore. Where are you going? Up there for some reason. Dump the water in the rust biome under. There's a normally quite cold. You know what? That is a good idea. We could pour it into right here. We're gonna do that. That's not what I had to click on. We could try to get it to come all the way down here. It is getting warmed up by the fact that the neutronium's broken. That is one confined pip. I noticed it in the overlay. Anyway, getting distracted. We're gonna go to in here. So let's do that. And that in there. Not gonna save that pip. Nope. We're not even saving the pips that are down here. I mean, there's this one that's stuck in 4 tiles. Alright, what I was going... Oh, that needs medicine skill. Can I do that in this? Advanced medical booster. Yes, I can. I'll make one. I'll give someone the medical booster so that they can do that. I think we'll give it to Steela since they're only doing one thing. Is there an additional medical booster? Doesn't look like it. It's just that one. If we wait on this again, we'll be able to get that back on track, hopefully. They should be making the booster now. Or they already did. So the gear bomb should make them walk a little bit faster if we put a massage table over here. We could probably turn this into a room, or we could just slap it down somewhere over here so that it's out of the way. I think we'll turn this into a massage room. How much room does massage clinic need? It needs at least 12 tiles and 1 decor building, which is going to be a plant. So we should already have that once the door's put in. We now have the desalinator. Furniture, hanging pot right there. And we need to go into the end of this cycle to get them back on track. I think I was supposed to open it the beginning of this cycle because it's cycle 60, but for some reason it's offset. I need someone to help them now. Come on, Dowdley. Come on! They're gonna become incapacitated because they keep stopping. This is annoying. We might just not do... Yeah, of course you know that sound. I think we're just gonna stop the analysis of this right now. Because we keep getting them dying. Now we have to place this whole thing back in again. Okay, furniture, hanging pot. Medicine, massage table. If I tell them to dig those tiles there, we should get the hydrogen gas to move up more. And then they shouldn't be walking the hydrogen gas anymore. That's the research for the desalinator. I think there was another thing we wanted to research. Well, I do know the pulverizer is going to be something we need. For phyto oil. It's used to make biodiesel, which I guess is something to burn. And we make slime into phyto oil. But we don't have a slime biome. Is that the only thing that we use it for? No, it's for gear oil. If we had a slime biome, we could turn into gear bomb. And who has a skill point? Sanyar? Of course we're gonna do climate control. Immunity to toasty and chilly surroundings. Now, they need an extra morale. But that should mean that they can survive in this now, right? We're gonna let this sit for a little bit. I want them to finish this thing. If they can get around to it. I just realized that all four are on the, almost near same loading bar. If we make a bedroom for them, they'll do it on the beds. So that'll be a good way to keep the microchips in the same area. I thought I got rid of all the bleach stone. Apparently I did not move all the bleach stone. Okay, and that should make the hydrogen stay above their heads. So I shouldn't have an issue with that anymore. I didn't do this at the beginning of the day, but this should be close enough. And it should be moving faster because they're, they don't have grinding gears. Once they do that tile, this should turn into massage clinic. Although this might not be built because it didn't have a tile to be built on. I'm gonna just replace it. Why scolding? Oh, because the wrong person's going in here. So they're all going to get climate control. Where did all of that water just come from? That water just appeared. There might have been ice right there from the previous water tank. That's probably what happened. Okay, that makes sense. Two bars is new. So does that mean the break ends when they're at 100 or 0? So like if they have 100% stress, they'll start on here and then they'll stop when they get to 50. That's what I'm getting from that. That's in its own room, so that should be another morale point for them. We are very heavily limited because of steel. And I don't know how to increase our lime. We do have this though, so I could maybe get some fossil. Let's prepare for that. I think I saw both transporting rooms. That's obviously not one of them. This is the drop-off point. Do I need to have both the sending and drop-off building working in order for me to send stuff from one planet to the other? And not vice versa? I don't know if it works that way or not. We'll do something like this to get in here. Put another tile there. Once we have this whole thing set up, I will box it in completely. We also need tiles down here so that the temperature doesn't escape the bottom area. I want to see something. So we need 2 eggshells. Not 2, actually. Hold on. 1 pip gives us a kilogram of eggshell. So we need 10 eggs to do 1 steel. Okay. That's only slightly concerning. We have a little bit of oil. That's not going to really help us though. What would help us is if I put a ladder here before somebody gets sent. That should keep them out of the water. I am going to get rid of this ladder to keep them out of it. Here's one of the frozen areas. And I suppose since we can get down here, we might as well wrangle all the pits we can reach. It looks like it's just that one. Huh. I think since we already have a ladder down here, which I don't remember why we have a ladder. I think it's just to get these plants. We're gonna place beds down here for the Bionic dupes, so that their defrag system is in one area. I know I'm not gonna be able to build all that, but I'll place it in anyway. You know what? Let's do that so they can reach everything. Seed of a rose bush seed. I've never seen this plant before, so it might be from the dinosaur pack. So, battery is right next to the building. We do have the ability of doing smart storage. If we come all the way down here and get the NOT gate, which we do have the NOT gate, we can set this up to be stored differently. Once this is done being made, actually, we don't have to wait. We can keep that there. We'll put that there. That'll be made out of aluminum. And then... NOT gate. We'll have this set to being if there's one bank in there, they won't make more. I don't know how much a power bank is. 60 kilograms. How much is in here? 3. Well, they're 20 kilograms each? So if this is 20 kilograms, it should stop them from making more. There we go. We want that. That is assigned to Willow. I think I was told... Wait a minute, why are you scolding? Because you're inside there. Okay. I think I was told that, hold on, I'm getting distracted again. That you need to assign the boops to the bed in order for them to use it for defragging, but we're gonna test it out and see in the next cycle. Hopefully they get all 4 beds set up by then. They definitely are. Okay. We have a few people that are hurt. So I think we'll move this into the base. We'll set this one up for just any random hurt dupe, and then this is going to be here for dupes going in the water. Start with Dotterly, getting them helped. We don't really need a rancher right now, except for moving hatches and things. Can we get down in here? We go like that, we should be able to get into this. I think we need to only do this and the teleporter on the other half. You know, on the other asteroid before we can use it. I don't think we need to do the sending teleporter from this asteroid. There's a geyser right here. What is this? Cool steam vent, that's a 0. There is a Rapidash in chat if anyone's an evolved horse Pokemon. There's a little bit of eggshell there. Hopefully we'll be able to use that. Something productive. They're not doing this automatically. That's on a 7, so if nobody uses the power bank, it should be put in here. Now, they should be cleaning these out, but it seems like they're not. So I don't know what's going on with that. They are now doing the defragmentation in here, so we don't have to assign them to a bed. They just need an available bed. Good to know. They also should be getting a morale bonus for having said room. And if we set this up, now that we really don't have a reason to come down here, if we set this up to be a room between these, they can go through the massage clinic to get here. I think I'm going to move the electrolyzer somewhere else. It might make more sense to have it down here than it is up here. Or than it does up there, I mean. We can then switch the bridges around. Like this, and go like that. I did see that the pipes up here are emptied. This teleport cannot be used until both the transmitting and receiving sides have been activated. That explains my question that I had. We do have a regular pod. We'll take the Alveo Vero seed. I'm going to attempt to make this a clinic. Not a clinic, a hospital. This is the massage clinic. That's just... And let's go like this, like that, to allow gases to move around freely. Oh, Willow's the only one that can do those. We need to allow our dupes to get up here so that they can use these. Can I assign this to being only Willow? I can, look at that. Not sure why I didn't think that this could be assigned to one person. I also don't know why Dotterly is up here above public. I guess it's alphabetical. Perfect, no one gets stuck up there. Is there a way that we could make slime? Mucin, okay, that makes sense. That's the only way to make slime is by mucin. Aside from puffs, which we can't get because we don't have the slime biome here. I think it's time to send someone over to the other asteroid. I do want to test Sanyar over here, though. So hopefully we don't hear the alarm go off. Oh, it still is Sanyar? Really? So scalding temperature. So we want... I think we want to open this up in a different direction. Let's cancel this. I'm gonna put a tile right there. I think we want to come in from the other side for the researching portion. I'm gonna cancel those three. But right now it's overpressurized, but I don't think it's going to stay like that. just for looks. We're gonna move this over yet again. I'm gonna do that. Because we are gonna close off the top. And that should be a full functioning water lock. Or infinite water storage. So since Sanyar has temperature stuff, temperature protection, and we actually want to send Wubby, or we give Sanyar the digging schematic. I don't remember if fossil is a tier 3 thing. Very firm. They at least need the digging booster that Wubby has. Well, we should also get the toasty and chili climate stuff so that no one should get over morale except for Sanyar, who for some reason does not have the same morale as the other three. We're still going to unassign the digging booster and give it to Sanyar before we send them out. Sanyar's digging boosters, so now let's put them in here. And then the rest of the dupes will have to wait a little bit. Now, first thing we need to do is find the correct teleport. That's not the right one. We need to find the other one. Oh, Abyssalite. I forgot that we're probably going to need to get through Abyssalite. Okay, let's do bare bone things over here. Oh, we also need to figure out power. We're gonna use Sanyar to see where the other teleporter is. This is not the one that we want. And then we'll know, we're gonna restart the game, or the cycle, and then use Willow to dig through here. Is that it down here? No, it wouldn't be that shape. That's a bathroom though. That's the water basin one. Alright, it's not this direction. So it's gotta be this way then. Come on, Sonya. You have a limited battery power. There it is down here. Alright, that gets into the wrong biome. That's not for what we want. This should be the same hardness as Bissolite, which it is. So we might as well come over here, build a staircase down, and then go horizontally against them. So we're going to restart the cycle. We're going to give Willow the ability to dig both of those things. Is that what I have to click on? So Willow needs... definitely the hard digger, but I don't know if it's the same as Abyssalite. We'll start with that. We can give her another skill when we get over there. Alright, we already know where we need to go, so let's get rid of that. We'll come up here for some stone. So that we can now build all the way down to there. We don't have it discovered yet, so we can't put it in there. Power. We'll do it like that, just to power that. That's a little bit troublesome. And I'm okay with them keying wherever because of what we're doing here. Oh, so that's just tier 1 digging. So if we didn't have to go through Abyssalite, we wouldn't have needed the second dick skill. You know, I am also thinking about doing a bare bones bedroom system up here. If we put a mess hall in here, that should make this into a room. Might as well inspect everything so we can get the data banks for it. We already knew where that goes. But I needed to do that in order for us to inspect it. Let's do water basin. Outhouse. Single tile right there. Needs to be 12 tiles. That should be 12 here. It just needs to be one toilet, one sink. And it should be the same for the bedroom. It should be just 12. Yes. Now we need to make some form of water basin. What's going on? Why were we all the way at the top? They are doing pretty good, honestly. While not being watched. They got that pump in, so this might be cool enough. Let's dig those 2 tiles there. This needs to be set up for salt and lime. Well, that's something I should do. Dive Master. So we should now have bedroom, latrine. We should have mess hall. That'll give her a little bit of morale. We have some puffs. Oh, the oil looks different now. I haven't seen oil since the update in large quantities like this, so it kind of has like a rainbow color, like actual oil. I don't know how the puffed egg going in there is going to work. What is this? Minor volcano. We'll put that to a 4. That's something we actually need. So we should now get the morale from all of the building, all the rooms. One, 4, 5. They need 9. We gave them 5 with just the 3 rooms. We give them a nature reserve, they would have even more if they walk through it. I think it's furniture. Arc sign here. And then we'll put another door right here. Because I don't know how big of an area this is going to be. Can be up to 120. That's a nature reserve that gives us an additional 6. So it should skyrocket her morale up. Did it go up already? It does. It immediately goes up. Okay. Teleport cannot be used until both the transmitting and receiving sides have been activated. Okay, that makes me think that I need to do this one too. They're always gonna have a battery thing when they're defragging. Does look like this is now emptied. Who is that critical? Wubby and Steela. Steela's pretty hurt, honestly. If Wubby is no longer critical now. Steela is. I did do the other side, right? Or did I not do it yet? Yeah, that's the drop-off. I guess I do need to find the other one. That's gonna be annoying. Do I need field research. Willow doesn't have any skill points. So they didn't need this. I just need to send the correct dupe over here. So Willow could go back right now. Or we could keep Willow here and just send over to Dupe for the thing. Willow, I want you to make a ladder for as far as you can. That'll also allow you to get to digging out the fossil. Forgot about the temperature. Well, get out of quick, please, please, please. No. It's gonna have to be diagonally regardless of how much power they have. Wait, no, it isn't. Should be Sanya. Because I need... We have Willow. Sanya's gonna activate this. And then we'll be able to get a little bit of fossil if I look at how much lime we get from this. 100 turns into 5. So we need 200 grams of fossil, or 200 kilograms per 100 steel. Okay, we should be able to make a bunch. Oh, they're doing up here first. Did you do this one? They did. So that works. That means this should be working too. We can send them back home now. I did hear a noise go off, but I'm trying to check something first. If we do this, that should be set up for the exact 3rd cycle. Hopefully we don't forget them. We can now stand Sanyar back. And then we just have to wait 5 cycles to be able to send Willow back. So now Sanyar, regardless of where they become incapacitated, if they do because of no battery, we'll have this. At this point, I want to send Webby on there, build a tile right there. And then because we have 4 bionic dupes, I think I want to set this up to be 80 kilograms. Just so that I fill this up correctly, I'm gonna turn that off for a little bit. Willow will recover on their own while they're over here. They just recover faster if we had somebody with them. And I'm actually gonna turn this to 50%. So that Willow gets out with a little bit more. And it looks like Wubby is done with the triage cot. They're not, but it looked like it was. They were. Oh, they're about to defrag. Why are they up there? That's Willow. Alright, Wubby is assigned to there. Dotterly is there. This is Sanyar. Can't see Sanyar's health bar. Sonya is pretty healed up. I'm waiting to see if we get that battery issue. Willow should have been kicked off of this already. Alright, Willow. Oh, I didn't put a manual use, did I? There we go. So let's mop all of this. That way we're not getting this slip issue. But over here, I want to keep track of fossil. So that's now going right here. Insufficient oxygen should be over on this side. Okay, if I put this on a 1, will you do the mopping first? Awesome. I should probably do the mopping down here as well. We only have 2 more data banks to move around, and then the remaining fossil. Although I don't plan on using data banks, I still want it moved around. We now have 200 steel. But I should probably look at iron. Although I think the iron is completely done. It is. So if I'm right, the iron should go down to being the exact amount that we need. But for some reason we're at 55 kilograms. Did I use the iron somewhere? Aluminum, cobalt. Aluminum again. The knock gate is made out of iron. We're getting overheat damage because of the fossil being moved on the other planet. Let's just make sure all of that is aluminum. So now we should have... We're still down on the iron. Sensors are cobalt. The wires up here are aluminum. That's aluminum, the wires are all cobalt. It looks like this cooled down enough that we're not getting the overheat damage. How are we doing over here? I think Willow is now just doing general care. This is 60%, which means that it's done 3 cycles so far. We have 2 more, so by cycle 80 it's ready to go. So let's just have Willow healing. No, we could also make this into a hospital. No industrial, max 96. This is not industrial. So it's missing a toilet and a dining table. Doesn't need a large toilet, like a plumbed one. Missing wash station as well. Alright, let's make this an actual room then. The Dupe became immediately incapacitated because they don't have a power bank. Deconstruct this, move it over too. Wait. I actually think I want to do this differently. And some tiles up there broke, so we're going to need to replace them before this is a room again. How come our Dupe is not being powered yet? Defragment time, okay. Your oxygen is going down. Once they add the toilet to this, it should become the room. We'll just have to lower the tile requirement. There we go. So they should get a bonus and heal faster. Signs to the metal located are less likely to spread disease. Never mind. I thought it was they heal faster. Could someone give Sanyar a battery bank, please? There we go, Sanyar's getting a power bank now. I'm almost tempted to grab another Bionic Dupe. It seems like we're about one dupe shy. Of having enough. This is missing lime. We do have enough for one liquid pump. And for some reason, we only have enough for 2 more things of steel. Did we make something out of steel already that was only 2? I don't think we made anything out of steel. That's aluminum down there. I'm not sure. What I am sure about is that we need to make fossil into lime. We should be ready to send Willow back. It says that Willow has damage, but we're sending her back. Welcome back, Willow. Willow gets to sleep in there. This gets assigned to Willow. We'll let them catch up on what they need to do. We can also go like this. Now that we have another dupe that can run on the wheel, we can have this being charged. Now the iron is even lower. We all know, chat. I think what we should do first is hydrogen. We have the steel that we can at least put in the pump for. Do I have... the blueprint that I can go through? I don't remember the button to cycle through blueprints. There we go. Apparently I don't have a blueprint saved for the geyser. Just give me a second while I remember. I think it's like that, and then this. These would be metal tiles. And then it's another 5. That's the wall here. And then those are in just to keep this from overheating the surrounding area. We want to be able to build all of that. One, two, three, 4, 5. Then we just want to be careful how we dig into here because I want to be able to get that out. Yeah, we'll do that and then dig here. We're going to need a liquid lock in this spot here. And I've kind of given up on making sure that this is lined up with the dupes. I do want Willow to have the rubber boots though. Defragment time. Oh, we also never did our predictions for the stream. We didn't do any of the 3 of them, so we're gonna do 3 back-to-back. Ani is going well. Sorry if I missed your message. I did almost 10 minutes ago. Sorry about that. Excuse me 1 second. Alright, so while we're trying to wait for them to do this, let's do 3 back-to-back predictions. In the top left corner, the little blue button. Is that going to give us tops and bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? You guys have 10 minutes to decide starting now. And just so we don't go too far over our stream time, because I will forget to look. I'm actually going to set a timer for 10 minutes. We are going to want a door right there to make sure this stays a bedroom. And you know what? I'm going to do something that will make more sense later on, but not now. And I think it might be time to cut this off from producing more gas. There's a lot of polluted oxygen here, and it's preventing the oxygen from expanding. Why is Sonyar not getting... Oh, because they're so far away. Do I need a mechatronics engineer for this? Apparently we're out of aluminum. Let's make 2 things of cobalt. By aluminum, I meant the refined metal. Let's look at skills for a second. Dotterly has 2 skill points available. We're of course going to go in there, and then the rest, I don't know what we want to go into. This gives us a booster slot and athletics. I mean. This just gives us a booster spot, but the next one gets us both, as advanced schematics does. So I think we'll go into advanced schematics. It does mean that everyone is kind of over the morale. So we'll try to fix that in the future. Blue doesn't have a mess table? Wow, they don't. That's gonna be where Willow eats. Okay, this is saying it just needs lime. It has the iron. That's the aluminum I wanted to, or cobalt I want to use for this. It does require mechatronics engineering. So if I tell them to make just one of these. We also want to connect this to power. Which shouldn't be too much of a problem because it's only going to use power when it's moving things around. Whoa, what's going on here? Looks like somebody short-circuited. Or is still short-circuiting. Because they're overstressed. Hey, wait a minute. You're not supposed to be using this. Remove conflicting buildings. Alright, we're going to deconstruct that, and instead turn this into the mess hall. Sonia, what are you doing? I have no idea what Sonia's doing. So it looks like our plan for today's stream is going to be moved to Thursday's stream. This seemed more of a setup slash figure everything out type thing. We can make daughterly or mechatronics. Stella is the cook and yeah, how often do we need a scientist? We'll make them the scientist and mechatronics engineer. Alright, now the boosters are going to be moved immediately. Once it gets power. This has now been fully researched. They could build that tower to be nice. There we go. We build these two tiles, then when we drive water in, we'll be able to make this a liquid lock without having to worry about the gases getting moved. Now that I have 1,000 kilograms, let's put one liquid pump in here so that we can close this off and not have to worry about it. Meaning shutting the door and everything. There should only be one gas in there. There's more than one gas. I'll have to deconstruct this. And I have to do some setup for that. Muckroot. This is going to be for water now. I'm going to put on a 6 so people do it somewhat quickly. Why are you using the table to put salt on the battery? That's the first alarm, so we're going to do our first prediction. It looks like we have 0 points into any of the things, so I'm just going to delete that one. We're going to immediately start the second prediction while we open the first one. So you guys will be able to get to choose what you think the second one's going to be. So in the top left corner, the blue button that we're about to click on, is it going to give us tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, wallpaper? You have 10 minutes starting now. Let's see what our first one's going to give us. It was a wallpaper. Wow, that is one thing that Gino usually clicks on. So Gino, you missed it. Let's see what the next blueprint's going to be in another 10 minutes. This is now technically a liquid lock. If we're lucky, they'll fill this bottom tile up with another bottle of water, and then this will overflow a little bit. That'll mean that we can get into here completely. Looks like we need one more bottle. Or I guess 3, so that this is at the 100 kilograms of water that are like on each tile. Unfortunately, they have to go through a liquid. You know what? That's good enough. Okay, then we want to dig that area. It does open a big can of worms. We're gonna have to do something about the bleach zone in here. So I don't think it's gonna off gas. But we definitely want to throw it somewhere. There's a Bulbasaur in chat. This is the first time I've seen that Pokemon at all. If I don't catch it, I'm gonna be very sad. Arguably, I would throw a Master Ball at it so that I can't not catch it. I'm not sure why it says I have 600 power. Is each metal power bank only 150 watts? Once I do this one tile, I can tell them to dig out all this. I want to relocate all the bleach stone into one tile for easier cleanup later on. There's going to be a piece up here. I'm going to put a ladder there, and dig that out, and they should be able to get everything that's in here. And I'm hoping that when they dig this out, it'll pop down here into this amount of bleach stone I'm trying to move. No, let's cancel all of the moving. I think it might be time for us to get rid of the bottled water by going like this and like this, dropping the polluted water into here. Oh, is it 120? No, there's an eco power bank somewhere. So it's it is 120. I need to wait for them to finish that tile before I queue this up. There we go. So when they build that, it should pop down, but I'm not sure if it will or not. Oh, it stayed up, okay. So we'll just relocate that a little bit and then build that in. Oh, we should probably actually keep that. I forgot there's one more piece of bleach stone right here. I should probably also analyze this while we're here and don't get any damage from it. I think I might need to make this a little bit larger. What's the largest a latrine can be? 64 tiles. This is 32, so I can make this large enough for 4 dupes if I have the space for it. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I would need 2 tiles here. Which I will in a little bit. There's the second alarm. So let's look at our second prediction. We have 2,000 points in tops. Since I can't just delete this, we're gonna have to actually open it, so give me a second. We already have this. I don't think I want any of that. Let's grab the water. Let's see what we get. We have 2,000 in tops. And it's actually a second piece of wallpaper. So that's 2 different wallpapers in a row. Who put in the points? I'm curious. Oh, it was Oz. Welcome in, Oz. Let's start the third prediction. This will be opened at the end. So is our next prediction going to be tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, and wallpaper? We have had 2 wallpapers in a row before. We have not had 3 wallpaper in a row. So prediction is starting now. Oh, what happened here? Is it too hot? That's weird. Oh, the pips got out. I don't know what happened. Our Wrangler's gonna have a lot to do. Once they stop making power banks. There we go. Oh, are they going back? No, they are wrangling, okay. I actually don't want that wrangled. Okay, we only have a couple more to wrangle. I don't see any far away roaming around, so it should be all of them. It's far as I know, all the stuff is out from there. Oh, there's bleach stone right there too. Oh, I forgot I need to put in another row of tiles here. I should have kept that ladder in. I'm hoping that this ladder will allow us to build this, so that when I delete this, they don't open both of those and the chlorine comes in. There is more hydrogen, but I think it will let chlorine in as it's pushing this down. So I'm trying not to let that happen. They are still trying to empty that, so I'll make them wait there so that we can empty out all of this area. Bleach stone in here, please. We're gonna need 4 tiles of aluminum. Are metal tiles 50 or 100? They are 100. Apparently, phosphorite is unstorable. Oh, it's Willow! Willow's overstressed! Because I signed that. I should have paid attention to... No! Willow, stop breaking things! Break something over here. Willow, don't go back to that tile and start breaking it again. Or you're going to the generator. Can we get Willow to come down here and then not let her out? How long is their tantrum for? Please don't go back to breaking things. So Sonya is at 90%. Willow's now down to 65. So I think making them wait until they got to 100 was not the good choice. And now they get to switch. So Willow should not be able to get in here, which... Well, what? I did the door backwards. I made it so Willow can't leave, but they can get in there. Alright, can I make this higher priority so we can get rid of these polluted water? Why are you coming down here to get oxygen? Weird shenanigans. We have the water pump in there. Let's sweep that out, and if we're lucky, when we close this off, we might only get oxygen in here. We don't need any of that. Oh, we just saw one up there. We can close all of that off. And deconstruct that. Build 3 more toilets. These will become the 4 toilets that we continuously use. This way, all 4 Oops can go to the bathroom at the same time. Why are we only... Oh. I was wondering why that was going only half a packet. It was because it was going downwards. Okay, now we're doing better on our morale. We of course need to upgrade to better power lines. I'll have to do something about the cobalt volcano. Making it automated, and also probably using the oil down here as a liquid lock so that we can walk in and out of it. I was hoping that they would do this a little bit more. But it looks like there's too many things for them to go around moving. Okay, we have our third and final prediction completed. There is 0 points in this prediction. So we're just going to delete this one. We're going to open the pod and see if we get a third blueprint in a row. We got a building this time. I feel like I have this, or at least I've seen it. So anyway, let's use that here. Oh, I saw the blue one before. Oh, here's a cold area. We have a cool slush geyser. We have another geyser over here. Let's start down at the bottom. This is polluted water vent. That's a decent one. This is also a nice one to have. Cool slush geyser can be used for cooling. This one is a cool salt slush geyser. What's the difference between them? They both make a salt water. Oh no, this is polluted water. Okay. So this one up here is the salt water. Nice. Now, if only we could build these 3 tiles. This made out of steel. Where? Oh, that's right, we built one pump. I was gonna say, where did all of our steel go? Oh, we actually need this still, so we can build that one tile. Now, if everyone could stop doing what they're randomly doing and just come up here and do this, that would be nice. Looks like all I had to do was ask. So deconstruct that and that. I'm gonna make these all 7s instead of 9. There's gonna be 4 sinks, 4 toilets. I just need to build this tile here. That's not where I wanted that. Oh, they made all the aluminum. So let's start looking at both of them. Currently I have 470 aluminum. Alright, now if Sanyar finishes making that tile, which they didn't, I could have deconstructed that ladder. We can replace this ladder. It looks like we're getting rid of the polluted oxygen up here. I should tell them to lock this while there's not a mixing of gases and it's just right there. Hopefully this oxygen will push it out. If they close this quick enough. Or defragging. And now there's another piece of polluted oxygen in that same tile. Put that back in there. We'll look at that later when we're back to it. It seems like we get one good day of doing tasks, then they defrag, and then we're in a backlog of duplicate labor. Why? Oh, I put it on auto. It still looks like it's open though. It is open, so let's do that instead. They must have been in the middle of doing it, and then... What do I... We don't want any of those. Next activity, 35 cycles. We're almost ready. Conductive wires. I want to make this out of cobalt, not anything else. And it's 25 per piece. One. Two. Or I go down this way. I think we go the other way. Automation. We also want cobalt for the automation. I am going to tell them to dig that way. That's going to let this hydrogen release out of here. I put one tile there. Then the hydrogen won't get stuck in that spot. It should just come up to here. A lot of power. I also want to get into here. Oh, you can do it from over there. Never mind then. The only thing I don't like is this off-gassing. So let's get that to drop in our little bit of water. And hopefully that'll stop it from off-gassing for a little bit. This is slowly pushing this gas out of here, so it's slowly filling up with hydrogen. Oh, they finished sweeping up everything. Didn't even notice. We do have some cobalt, so let's get Atmos sensor. That was made out of aluminum, let's cancel that. Cobalt Atmos sensor. Cobalt wire. We're gonna need the temperature shift plates. I guess we can make it out of granite, it won't really matter. Oh, we also didn't... wait. That's not what I meant to cancel, but okay. We didn't put in the extra tiles around the sides. Like that. I thought we were done, but we were not. And it is above 500. And we're gonna want we actually could make this all out of radiant pipes if I had it researched. Radiant is up there. Should we make a food place for the boops? It probably wouldn't take much to set it up. I think they only need a small room. Mess hall has to be 12. We have 4, so we needed 3 tall at least. I'll see if we can get it placed in at least. And hopefully they all come up here and clean out the toilets. Bagra node seed. Is this that thing that turns into like a vine? It is. There's a critter that eats the vine, I think. It's the Stegosaurus looking critter. If I can do that, and also that. We might get a mess hall for the boops. Nice, we have a mess hall for the boops. We now have insulated gas pipes. Or not insulated, radiant gas pipes. We're gonna make that out of aluminum. And just snake it through here. And we'll go to this tile. And then we'll go up. All of this needs to get done first. Luckily, we have one smart dupe supplying all of the stuff here. Actually, not all of it, just a small amount. That's okay. What's with the weird red flashing stuff? Is that like a hitbox thing? Trying to get this room finished before we raid out. Why does it seem like we ran out of granite? Eight, 16, 20... 2,160 kilograms of granite is still needed. Yeah, so there should be 2 more dupes coming in to supply them with stuff. I'll sweep this area out. There's apparently bleach stone in here. That's right, we needed the cobalt for the power line. And then I think we have the aqua tuners, right? Yeah, we just don't have the steam turbines. So now we go like this, grab metal, aluminum, 4 metal tiles. So then to prioritize those 4 things, and then we're done with today's stream. I think it's funny as I come over here to eat the power banks. And they're going way down here just to get oxygen. That would be why. We're gonna have to set up a new pump over here. If I go like that and then just build a couple tiles. We'll be able to keep this set up the same way. Everyone except for 1 person is doing toilets. Looks like the reason they weren't doing the 4th toilet is because it wasn't on the 7. If we weren't out of power, we would be making more oxygen. Now I have to go through and make sure that all of our bleach stone is relocated again. Let's go like this. Oh, it's all in one spot now. Our ice is not. I'll put one of these, I guess, right there. The pip that was stuck in here has died. And take that out and put a tile right there. Oh, they finished all 4 tiles. Okay, so this is where we're going to call it for today's stream. We went about an extra half hour further than we needed to. So when we come back, we're going to be hopefully doing what I thought we were going to be doing in today's stream. We do have bare bones stuff set up. We have the steel, which was our main bottleneck. We're going to put another steel pump right here and close this off, and we should be all good. This is pretty much done. If we connect to power, we have a way of getting hydrogen out of here. Of course, this is going to be dormant for another 29 cycles, so we're not going to get much hydrogen from it before it says no more. So, I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. We're going to take our screenshot. And then we're going to save. And then we're going to save and quit. Go into our raid out scene to see who we are going to raid out to. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays from 10 AM to 2 PM EST.